record. It was well below 500, and now they're at the break-even mark. 7-3 road trips will do that for you. Now they'll be at home for 14 of the 20 remaining games this month. And the Bucs already have one of the better home records in the National League. The sun may not be shining for every one of those 14 games, but it's important to make hay when you have the chance.
After the 10-game road trip, it is great to be back home. The Pittsburgh Pirates begin an 8-game homestand, and tonight it's the first of 3 against the Milwaukee Brewers. The Buccos and the Brew Crew, Greg Brown along with Bob Walk. And Bob, you take a look at this Pirates club, winners of 13 of their last 16 games. Let's go back to May the 9th, where it looked as though things really started to turn around for the Pirates. They really started to play good baseball.
Yeah, they really did, because that offense started to catch up with the pitching. Both the offense and the pitching have been clicking of late, and when you got both of them going, you get that big run differential, and you see it's best in Major League Baseball, plus 37 in that period of time. And another good sign is when you go on a road trip and you dominate, especially if it's a coast trip, you go out, you win 7 out of 10. That is another huge sign of a very, very good baseball team. And right now, that's what the Pittsburgh Pirates are.
Do you remember when the Pirates and the Brewers used to play ball games and there was no question who was going to win the outcome? It was always the Milwaukee Brewers. Boy, things have turned around, haven't they?
They certainly have. The Pirates definitely have dominated it. The Pirates Brewers, are those switched around? Yes, they are switched around. That is that's the stats now. That's how the Pirates have been dominating the Brewers, and hopefully that will continue. But don't take the Brewers, lightly. They still got some very good baseball players on their side.
You should have seen the trailer and the Gypsies scramble when Bob just said that. They had major problems in the truck, but they got through it. Tonight, A.J. Burnett looks to get through the Brew Crew. It's the Pirates and the Milwaukee Brewers coming up next from PNC Park.
Now on Root Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Toyota helps you get the most out of your drive. Just ask a friend who drives one. Toyota, let's go places. By Barrel Automotive, we're driven to be better. And by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. Let's go Bucks.
And we welcome you back to PNC Park. Not sure about weather and if it will cooperate tonight. We're hearing that we could be in for some delays. Fans here hoping that's not the case. The Pirates beginning this 8-game homestand. First of 3 against the Milwaukee Brewers. And then this weekend it'll be the Philadelphia Phillies making their first and only trip into Pittsburgh. And then next Monday, the start of a home-and-home interleague series with the Chicago White Sox. And the Pirates playing the best baseball around these days. 6 of 8 they've won, 13 of their last 16. And Bob, they catch this Brewers team at I guess a good time, because the Brewers, despite the change on the bench in the dugout, Craig Counsell, the former Brewer, now their skipper, it really hasn't helped all that much in terms of wins and losses. That leads us to our Rivers Casino tips to win. Well,
I don't think you can take the Brewers lightly, though. They have guys that have done a lot in this league before, up and down that lineup. They're just not putting it together this year. So you got to be careful. You got to go out there and think you're playing the Cardinals. You got to play hard, play smart, do all the right things. AJ's gone 5 2/3 in 5 innings his last 2 starts. If the rain stays away, hopefully he can get 7 from AJ, because AJ had a nice run before that, about 4 or 5 games in a row where he went 7 innings. It'd be great if he could do that again tonight.
Needs to be more efficient this time around tonight, as he was early.
And we need to catch the ball better behind him.
That's a key.
Because he's kind of turned himself into a ground ball type pitcher. A lot of sinkers now, a lot of 2-seamers. And you got to play good defense behind him. And we haven't. We've given him some run support last couple of starts, but not real good in the infield.
Here is the Honda starting lineup for those Brewers under Craig Counsell. It is Carlos Gomez leading off. Jonathan Lucroy follows. Then Ryan Braun in right field hitting third. The cleanup man is Adam Lind. Ramos Ramirez follows Lind. Then it's Gerardo Parra in left. Gene Segura is the shortstop. Jimmy Nelson, yes, the pitcher batting 8th. Luis Sardinas is batting 9th.
Let's take a look at AJ's numbers. Very, very good. 6-1 record, 2.20 ERA. Just a fantastic start to what is going to be his goodbye season. I mean, you couldn't ask for him to be any better than what he has been so far. Getting a lot of strikeouts. Look at that, almost a strikeout per inning, even though he's more of a 2-seam fastball guy now.
Andrew McCutchen will have tonight off, so Gregory Polanco moves over to left field. And Starling Marte moves from left to center. Josh Harrison in right. Jung Ho Kang, Jordy Mercer on the infield, the left side anyway. Neil Walker, Pedro Alvarez on the right side of the infield, and Francisco Cervelli catches A.J. Burnett. One thing we have found over the years with Starling Marte, whether it's coincidence or not, he seems to enjoy playing center field, not just the defensive part of it, but offensively he seems to come alive. We'll see if that isn't the case for Starling Marte, who had a big 2-run single on Sunday.
It's pretty nice to having a club that's got 3 guys on the same team that play center field defensively, even as well as probably the other team's everyday center fielder.
Yep.
3 guys on this team that are excellent. You put them out in center field and you don't care at all. There's, everybody knows who we're talking about. Polanco, Marte, and Kutch.
First pitch swinging. And Carlos Gomez. There's a 1-pitch out.
Right away, you get one of those ground balls we were talking about. Got to play good in the infield.
Easy there for Mercer and 38-year-old A.J. Burnett. That winning streak that Bob mentioned, going 6-1. And 6th in the league with a .220 earned run average. This is his first start this season against the Brewers. 11 career starts against Milwaukee. He's 2-6. There's Jonathan Lucroy, reinstated last Monday off the disabled list. He's played in only 18 games. He broke his left big toe. Missed 38 ball games. And out of play. 0-2 on Lucroy.
I think he's got a pretty good protective device over that toe that he just adjusted, making sure he doesn't bang a foul ball off it. Say his left, or yeah, his left big toe. There it is. Camo.
Just gets a piece of it and almost staying fair. Didn't run initially. Didn't realize it. The ball kicks foul. Jung Ho Kang makes the play in foul territory, and it stays 0-2 on Lucroy. Always been a tough guy to strike out. And for A.J. Burnett, 2,434 career strikeouts. That's 39th on the all-time list. 7 behind Jamie Moyer for 38th place. Strikes him out looking.
This pitch right here, Greg, is I think, to me, the biggest difference in how A.J. pitches now as it was a couple of years ago when he first came here. He is so good at putting that fastball to the first base side of home plate, nipping that corner outside to the righties, inside to the lefties. He has really shown great command of that pitch in the first basically 2.5 months of this season.
You know, you mentioned, Bob, that that's the difference in what we saw just a couple of years ago.
See it again.
Yeah,
right there.
Perfect command and control. But I mean, it's almost overnight in terms of the control numbers. Statistically, you look at what he did last year. He walked a league high 96 batters with the Phillies. United with Ray Searage, Nick Leyva standing there next to the Pirates pitching coach. Ryan Braun. Customary greeting anytime the Brewers are on the road. Public enemy #1 outside of Milwaukee. 13 homers, tied for 6th in the National League, and the 39 RBIs tied for 5th. And Polanco. That's a different look for Gregory Polanco in left field, and that ball took off, and it's going to be a double. Just really wasn't too sure about that when the ball was hit.
Oh, it was hit very well, and Braun got himself in a hitting count where he's looking fastball, and A.J. gave him one right down the middle, put it out into that corner.
That's the second game Polanco has started in left field.
And that ball in right field's off the top of the wall instead of bouncing 3 or 4 times before it hits the wall. Very, very different. Probably the biggest difference. Biggest difference in baseball, you think?
Well, probably.
Trying to think.
We used to go to Houston.
But their right field is not very deep.
No, that's true.
Their left field is shallow. They have a shallow high wall like what we have here in right. But then their other side is kind of normal. Where we have very shallow, big high wall, and then real deep on the other side.
Fenway's similar.
Yeah.
Pretty deep and short porch in right, and the shallow green monster in left. Adam Lind, former American leaguer, spent plenty of time in Boston.
This field is kind of like a little bit of a mirror image. Fenway.
0-2 on Lind. And lifts this one. A shallow left. Gong out. And he'll put it away. Now scoreless. Top of the first. The Pirates will come to bat against Jimmy Nelson. A.J. Burnett on the mound for the Pirates. Look at that do he's got going. Here's the Toyota starting lineup for the Pirates. Gregory Polanco will be followed by Josh Harrison and Neil Walker hitting third. Starling Marte back in that cleanup spot. Pedro Alvarez hits fifth. Jung Ho Kang is at third base. Then it's Francisco Cervelli, Jordy Mercer, and the pitcher A.J. Burnett. With Jimmy Nelson on the hill. His 12th start of the year.
See Nelson's numbers up there. He gets some strikeouts. He's got a good live arm. Throws in the mid-90s at times. But his pitch is that slider. Opposition hitting less than 100 against his slider this year.
And his third start against the Pirates this season. Strike called. Boy, what an eerie looking sky, city, ballpark here.
I got a feeling that there will be at some point.
Do you, doctor?
Some rain. I got to believe so.
Good call.
Does not look good.
Could be happening in minutes. But as a player, Bob, you have to, of course, not even think about that, right?
But you have to at the same time, because you look around and you see it, you know what reality is. But you know, as a starting pitcher, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
You can't control it. You got to go out and try to do your best you can.
A drizzle at the moment, but the wind is kicking up.
I guess the thing that you really got to tell yourself is that it's the same for both clubs. Their hitters, their pitcher, same for you. So whoever handles the situation better is going to have the best chance to come away with a win.
Well, that swinging strikeout did Manny Gonzalez, the home plate umpire.
You could see the intent.
Josh Harrison starting in right field, hitting .265. Jimmy Nelson turned 26 years old on Saturday. Foul tip. Drafted in the second round 5 years ago out of the University of Alabama. Craig Counsell drafted out of the University of Notre Dame by the Colorado Rockies back in 1992, an 11th round pick. You don't see that very often. Harrison will lead the strike zone at times, but not miss by that much. Back-to-back Ks for Nelson.
This last pitch, you can see why the leak hits about 090 off the slider. He throws it at 90 miles an hour, very hard for one thing. And it's not just a little cut ball, it's got that really good break to it. You're going to see a lot of chases out of the strike zone. You just got to hope you can recognize that spin early enough and lay off.
Good to see J-Hay hustling down that line after the strikeout in the dirt. Fans start to head for cover. Starts to get a little heavier here. Strike on Neil Walker.
A little easier for the lefties to not chase.
They hit .284 off Nelson, the lefties. Righties just .201. First inning has been a problem spot for him. He allowed 4 earned his last time out in the first inning against the Cardinals on Wednesday. And now 11 earned runs, 14 hits in the first inning of his starts. 11 previous starts for Jimmy Nelson. He's gotten the first 2 men. stays 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Very eerie.
Garrett Cole pitched that ball game yesterday. And what a game it was for him. 7 shutout innings.
Putting up stats that might earn him a pitcher's version of the Triple Crown.
(9-2) on the year. Garrett Cole tops in wins in the league. Lowest earned run average in the senior circuit. The ace on this staff, Garrett Cole. If you're looking ahead, his next start Saturday afternoon, 4:05 against the Phillies. If you're looking to schedule a time to come out to the ballpark, there's a weakly hit ground ball to first. Lynn makes the play, and the Pirates go down 1-2-3. 0-0 after 1.
Sports is brought to you by the Chevy Silverado and your Western PA Chevy dealers. By 5 Hour Energy Shots. Have you tried great tasting 5 Hour Energy lately? And by Day Automotive. We're gonna make your day. Let's go Bucks!
It is 0-0 on to the second inning here at PNC Park. And Aramis Ramirez leads things off against A.J. Burnett. Hits this one toward right center field. Marte, that ball taking off as that wind has kicked up considerably. And Manny Lopez, head groundskeeper here at PNC Park, talking with Field and Colbreth, the crew chief, along with third base umpire Jim Reynolds, keeping them informed.
Yeah, the rain looked like it was coming down pretty good there for a moment in between innings, but apparently Manny maybe telling them that it's a passing shower as far as the radar is concerned. And maybe we'll be okay. I think we're going to be talking about this most of the night, just about every inning. We're going to see a lot of kitty litter out there before this one's over. See how big the drops are. You can see it, but not a lot of them, but the ones that are coming down are pretty good size. The rain right now kind of reminds me of a power hitter that doesn't hit for average. Not a lot, but what's there is
substantial.
Yeah. Big drops, just not very many. There's that pitch I was talking about, that fastball right on the inside corner or outside corner of the right-handers, the first base side. There it is, Paints. He throws it's a two-seam pitch, so it always has a little bit of movement that's going back toward the Pirate dugout in this case. And when he does that, sometimes he'll get those hitters, especially the lefties, to give up on that pitch. You can see him actually kind of back away a little bit, thinking, okay, it's going to be inside, and then it has that little tailing action. Right back to the glove.
Parra, 275 batting average. Ball hit off his foot. What about the conditions on the mound, Bob? You have to fight that constantly?
Yeah, you hate them. It's not ever going to be like you like it. The main problem is where you put that plant foot. You want it to hit and not slide, and that can be tough, especially once the cleats get clogged up so that they're not biting as your front foot comes down. Those cleats start getting all full of there you can see how it hit and didn't move. Now if it hits and slides forward a couple inches, which will happen when things start getting really slick out there, and when your cleats are all clogged up, then that can be a problem for the pitcher.
No problem there getting Parra. Do you have to at all or ever adjust your game around that slippery mound?
Well, yeah, I think you do. If it's,
and what do you do?
If it's tough, well, you can shorten up your stride a little bit so you're not, putting so much forward pressure when your foot hits. And a lot of times, you think, wow, that's not good. Well, guys shorten up their stride. Maybe not so much nowadays because there's a big emphasis on repeatability, but years ago you'd hear about guys, and I did it myself, you'd shorten up your stride to be able to get over on top of the ball a little bit better, get your curveball working a little bit better. So it's not something that's impossible to do and still have command of where you're throwing the ball.
Chopper coming in, the shortstop Mercer. And, what a nice play by Jordy Mercer to get Gene. Safe call there. Initially, it looked as though the out call was going to be called, and we'll see if the Pirates don't want to take a look at this. But Paul Schreiber called him safe at first. What do you think? Clint Hurdle's going to ask for a review. He's going to challenge this one.
I'll tell you what I think right after I see this right here. I think that
Segura's toe didn't hit the bag.
If his toe didn't hit the bag, then he's out. Does his toe hit the front of the bag?
Nope.
No, he's out.
Yep, that's pretty clear. This shouldn't take but 30 seconds max. Clint Hurdle works with one of his coaches, Dave Joust, who gets on that phone immediately with Kevin Roach, video coordinator. The fans are seeing it on the scoreboard.
I think that Schreiber turned his. I think you saw it right when you said he was out. It looked like an out call, and then maybe it was changed to a safe call.
I wonder why he would have changed it.
I don't know. Watch his call. Watch his call.
Oh yeah. Oh my.
Yeah, he
changed it in mid form.
Yeah.
Mid motion, he went from out to safe.
He was loading up the out call and then changed it to safe. Made that right hand came up, he made the fist and then changed it to safe. But it'll be changed back here if they see the replay the way we did.
And he is out. Well, 1-2-3 inning, and again a very nice play by Jordy Mercer to retire Gene Segura. Caminero finally finds a place in the major leagues after 9 long years. Francisco Cervelli, a magnet for foul balls, leading to some piñata-like beatings behind the plate, and much more. Inside Pirates Baseball, presented by Allegheny Health Network tonight after postgame on Root Sports. Folks bring their Pirate gear, Batman outfits. As Marte fouls this pitch off, Starling Marte, 39 RBIs.
It's a Batman night in Pittsburgh.
How'd you like to be Troy, our cameraman up there above the green wall?
If one of those storms come with the lightning, how would you like to be Troy?
Wouldn't.
Top of the green monster with that umbrella. Troy, if lightning comes, head down the ladder.
Yep.
Just bail out. We'll be okay. We'll figure it out. We'll get creative.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Jordy Mercer, again, a fine defensive play. Jordy Mercer was a 3rd-round pick out of Oklahoma State back in 2008. And early on in the draft, which got started about a half hour ago, shortstop has been a critical position for the teams drafting early. Diamondbacks, Houston Astros, Colorado Rockies, the top 3 all picked shortstops.
The Rockies need a shortstop? Just kidding.
Yeah, not yet, but
they will.
Yeah,
down the road. Won't be long.
Texas Rangers selected 4th, and they went with a pitcher out of UC Santa Barbara, Dylan Tate, but Dansby Swanson out of Vandy went first. Alex Bergman, the Houston Astros, out of LSU, went second. Again, those 2 shortstops, and Brendan Rodgers, the Rockies, selected a high school shortstop out of Lake Mary, Florida. 2-2. The Pirates don't pick for a while, but we'll keep you posted. They have 2 first-rounders. They'll select 19th, and thanks to the Blue Jays signing Russell Martin, and the Pirates making that qualifying offer, Pirates will get another pick, 32nd overall. And a couple of first-rounders there, Garrett Cole and Neil Walker. Still 2-2 as Marte has an extended at bat. And another foul ball, making Jimmy Nelson work. Here's a first-round pick talking to Josh Harrison. Andrew McCutchen getting a night off. Roller towards Segura, the shortstop. And that was close.
And Marte, in his mind, you know, the runner always thinks that he's beat it out if it's close, but it was bang bang. Got it.
Brings up Pedro Alvarez, and always hear, even Little League, when you're in Little League, never look, just run. But players do what Marte all the time. They're always looking.
You know, and perhaps, I mean, what was that? Marte's foot was like maybe 3 inches above the bag when that ball was caught.
Yeah.
If he's not looking.
Yeah, I mean, if he's looking straight ahead,
he may be
dead
safe.
Sprint.
That might get him that extra 3 inches.
Alvarez gets under that one. Braun for the second out.
If you think about it, you know, guys that are, let's say, in a 100-meter sprint in a track meet, very seldom do you see them looking sideways out when they're running down the track.
In fact, never.
Because it probably slows them down.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to beat something out in a baseball field,
you wouldn't.
Why run like this? You know, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But
they do
as you say, everybody does it because they want to know what's going on over with the baseball.
Here's Jung Ho Kang. 2-0. Gong is just now getting second looks at pitchers. He faced Jimmy Nelson earlier this season. This is all new to him. But now as the Pirates play, especially division foes.
You know, it can be a double-edged sword, too. Pitchers are now getting a second look at him. You know, they both now have previous knowledge that they can go back on.
Oh for 2 in his first meeting against Nelson.
A little bit late on that heater. Put in a tough spot, a little up and in. How deep that ball was when it got fouled off. By deep, I mean deep in the strike zone. Almost past him when he made contact with it. You got to think of the strike zone as not just a flat plane. It's like a box. And those hitters try and make contact somewhere when that baseball's inside that box, either where it's deep, if the ball's away, or out in the front part of that box if the ball is in on it.
He and Marte have made Jimmy Nelson work regardless of the outcome. Count remains 3-2 on Gong. If he reaches, Francisco Cervelli will come to the plate. Marte eventually bounced out. Jimmy Nelson's a big man, 6'6", 243. Kenneth Falls, Oregon, and he finally gets Gong, and he has struck out 3 of the first 6.
And of course, as you know, the Buccos just returned from an 11-day road trip. Of course, that's a lot of time between home games, but that's nothing compared to the time away from home that the Brewers' Double-A affiliate in Biloxi, Mississippi spent. 54 games away from home until they finally got home this weekend and actually won in walk-off fashion. Now, I should tell you that a series of financial hurdles delayed the opening of their new ballpark, so the Shuckers played again 54 games away from home before finally opening up MGM Stadium over the weekend. Guys, that's a lot of bus rides without getting to sleep in your own bed.
Well, you know that situation.
Well, that would be unimaginable in the minor leagues. Just constantly living in a bus, never getting into your home ballpark. Wow, that's got to be tough. I mean, that's gonna harden them, though. I mean, what can they go through in a baseball sense, traveling-wise, it's ever going to live up to that.
You know, guys that really are never home all year long in the major leagues are the umpires. They get vacations, but they're always on the road.
Scouts, a lot of scouts are like that. Yep. They spend a ton of time. I mean, it's not like they have really a home schedule.
Yep.
I mean, I think maybe they probably have some places that are closer to where they live, where they try and spend some time. But there are some unsung hero types of the traveling world for baseball. Certainly the umpires fall into that category.
Here's Luis Sardinas, switch hitter. 3 strikeouts now for Burnett. Sardinas was recalled on May the 18th when Gene Segura was injured. Segura spent some time on the disabled list. We've had a spate of injuries, as have many clubs that the Pirates have faced so far this season. Still 0-2. So Burnett trying to win his 7th consecutive decision. Three years ago, he won 8 straight from May 19th to June 28th with the Pirates. There's a bouncer to Walker. And it's a second out here in the 3rd inning. After a strikeout, a ground out. Pirates hosting University Days at PNC Park this season. Join fellow fans and alumni of your university for a night at PNC Park, and you'll receive a Pirates cap in your university colors. Tickets start at just $19. The first university night is the Wednesday night versus the Brewers coming up the day after tomorrow. For tickets, go to pirates.com/pit.
Whatever university.
So the first university night is obviously for Pitt. It's Wednesday night. Big cut, of course. That's nothing new. Gomez does that a lot.
Is that a changeup?
I don't. It might have been. It's rare when we see one from A.J. Burnett. That might be why Gomez was smiling.
Yeah, look at it. He's like, okay, what was that?
So he's throwing a changeup, huh?
Yeah.
Burnett will throw an occasional changeup.
He said one time in an interview back in his first stint with the Pirates that he throws 2 or 3 changeups to make his dad happy. Does it 2 or 3 times a game.
Yes, he did. Swing and a miss and pitch in the dirt. Cervelli throws to Alvarez, and 4 strikeouts for Burnett. Pirates and Milwaukee Brewers going to the bottom of the third inning. And our Barrel Automotive League leader stat, the leading hitters in the major league since May the 12th. Francisco Cervelli hitting .431. Jason Kipnis of the Indians, Prince Fielder of the Texas Rangers, Nori Aoki, and Yasmani Tomas. Those three hitting .381, but nobody better than Cervelli.
By a long shot.
His last 18 starts, he's hitting .446. Anything close to Cervelli, you're going to see the Cervelli dance.
I'm surprised that one didn't clip him. Usually he gets out of the way a little after the ball is out of there. I mean, he'll take one in that back of that arm. That's where he has that pad. Knows it won't hurt. Knows it'll get him on base.
The other night, Gene Segura tried to buy, and in fact initially did buy a hit by pitch against the Twins. The ball hit the bat and he dropped the bat and jumped around a little bit, and then actually went to first base. The trainer went over. The Twins, Paul Molitor, challenged it, and they saw on the replay that the ball had hit the bat. 3-1 count on Cervelli. He has reached base safely in 15 straight ball games. Part of this resurgent Pirates offense. For the last 5 games, 10 or more hits. Ball 4. First walk for Jimmy Nelson, and the first base runner for the Pirates. Nelson has walked 26 batters in 69 innings.
Cervelli probably has the best eye in the club when it comes to not swinging at those bad pitches. That one wasn't that far out of the strike zone, just a couple of inches. You could see how quickly he put the bat down. He was sure. He knew. Ball 4.
Jordy Mercer riding a 6-game hitting streak. Takes strike 1. No 1-2 on Mercer. Hitting .350 during this stretch. Third start of the season for Nelson against Pittsburgh. In fact, his first 2 starts this year were against the Pirates. Didn't miss by much. He went 7 shutout innings April the 11th in Milwaukee, allowing just 2 hits. And then 6 days later here, lost a game to the Bucks, gave up 3 runs, 2 earned in 5 innings. There's a base hit, and that's a 7-game hitting streak for Jordy Mercer.
And once Jordy gets that batting average of his up there where it should be, which looks like it's going to be starting to climb now, be just about everybody on board. April is fading away now, just as it did last year.
Yeah,
it's amazing how similar these 2 seasons have been when it comes to the offense and the hitters.
Well, Burnett will try and drop another sacrifice bunt down. He's done it successfully 4 times this season.
Swing. Will plays on. Got to swing. Nowhere to bunt the ball.
Now does Sofield, Rick Sofield was going to call time and actually yell something to Burnett.
AJ has been around forever. He knows. You got to swing.
He did. And it's dropped by the pitcher. He recovers and still gets AJ Burnett.
When you swing and put the ball in play like that, it just causes havoc because everybody's out of position. Nobody knows where to throw the ball right away. He sees the shortstop's going to go to third. Second baseman's going to go to second. First baseman's coming in.
Second and third with 1 out. Top of the order, Gregory Polanco.
It puts a little bit of pressure on that first baseman that play. Because if he is too aggressive coming in, he might not get back to first base in time to get anybody out if the ball is put in play. And then again, a lot of times that little weak ground ball just sneaks through the infield because everybody's running different directions.
Strike on Polanco. He struck out leading off the bottom of the first inning. Infield back with the exception of Aramis Ramirez. Trying to get Cervelli home, give the Pirates the lead. Checks the pitch in the dirt.
Yeah, you wonder if there'll be some third baseman that will start giving the Pirates the bunt instead of playing in on the edge of the grass like Ramirez is now. Even though you got so many guys with good speed, the Pirates just aren't getting bunt base hits this year. And I'm not saying play real deep, but maybe you start seeing these guys play a step or two behind the baseline, giving himself a little bit more room maybe.
Checks. Close.
Good eye. But it's just been kind of an odd thing that Pirates aren't real good at that. And Polanco, I think he's got the only one, right, of the year. Only bunt base hit.
Lines this hard into the seats. 3-2. Polanco has been excellent in these situations. Men on base, men in scoring position. .343 average with men in scoring position for Polanco. And now the infield comes in all the way around. And a strikeout. Craig Counsell decides to bring the infield in when it got to 3-2. And Polanco strikes out.
That slider again. Oh, wait, that might not have been the slider. That might have been the hook. Looking at the MPH. That was only 84. I think that was the curveball. A little bit bigger break, a little more downward break to it.
Bouncing ball, Aramis Ramirez. Pirates fail to score. Second and third, 1 out, and Jimmy Nelson shuts the door. 0-0 through 3. This day in Pirates history, just 3 years ago, Bucks beat the D-backs. 3-2, 12 innings. Andrew McCutchen, a great day. Hit the walk-off in the 12th inning. Also doubled, scored the game-tying run in the 10th after the D-backs had taken a 2-1 lead at the top half of the game. Kutch 3 for 5, 2 runs, 2 ribbies.
Forgot about the hair already.
4 years ago. So 4 years ago, 2011, Andrew McCutchen.
It had the hair, but it wasn't all that long yet. You like it when your star player has been around so long. He's already got at least a couple of different looks. It's just so tough nowadays to keep those star players in the fold for any length of time. You gotta have that knack of saying which guys are going to be the stars as early on as you can and try to get them locked up.
By the way, the Cubs are about ready to pick. The Pirates still a ways away from their first pick in the first round. Gerrit Cole has certainly worked out, as has Andrew McCutchen, in a big way. Already an MVP and top 3 in voting 3 straight years for McCutchen in the MVP. Bounce back to Burnett. Lucroy is the first out in the 4th. So as we look at the core of the Pirates club and first round picks on the active roster, Gerrit Cole, 2011, Pedro Alvarez, Andrew McCutchen, and Neil Walker. Pretty good stuff.
That's one of the things I think the Pirates have really been able to do is hit on those first rounders. You have to. It's so tough to go out and spend free agent money on star players. So you gotta get the best amateur talent you can. You gotta get that in. Make your own stars.
Jung Ho Kang. Pirates found him in South Korea. International market. Dominican Starling Marte. The second out. And by the way, a Pittsburgher was just drafted in the first round. Ian Happ, Mount Lebanon product, and now playing at the University of Cincinnati. The outfielder goes to the Chicago Cubs. He's the 9th pick overall. So 2 outs for Adam Lind. Lind fouled out his first at bat.
The first time we saw the Brewers, Lind was about their only offense. Got off to a very strong start with the bat. The rest of the Brew crew came out very slowly.
.233 team average now for the Brewers. That's the worst in Major League Baseball. Team ERA of 4.43 is second worst in the major leagues, behind only the Colorado Rockies. And they've committed 47 errors. That's the most in the National League and 3rd most in all of baseball. Still 0-2 on Adam Lind.
Some bad stats there, Greg.
Yeah. Greg Counsell took over for Ron Renneke on May the 3rd. He had been in the front office. And they are 13-19 under Council. 20 and 37 overall. Here are National League ranks. There are 15 National League teams. Batting average, the worst. Runs per game, way down. Have hit 55 homers. Not many steals. And so they have, I don't know if desperate is the right word, but they are trying to compete. And this is one of the teams, Bob, will be interesting to see what they do in the next month or so as the deadline approaches.
You know, they're one of those teams that it's weird. They come into your ballpark like here, and you think, okay, they're really struggling, all those bad stats. We should beat up on them. But then at the same time, well, they got some guys that can still play. They could be spoilers.
The Phillies in town. First 20,000 fans get a free Pirates t-shirt presented by Central Blood Bank. Get to Federal Street early. The Friday night block party presented by Barrel Automotive. Live music, food, and stop by the Miller Lite Bar. For tickets, go to pirates.com/free-shirt-Friday. And rain starting to come down pretty heavy now. Sprinkling early in this ball game. Which always looks worse on the cameras.
Oh, you get the telephoto lens, and it's compressing all those raindrops into that one shot.
And Manny Lopez in touch with Field and Colbreth.
She's in between innings.
I want to make sure we pass along a happy birthday wish to a big Pirates fan. 90th birthday, Mike Berna Sr. His son asked us to pass that along, so happy birthday, Mike. And into center field, and a good start. As Neil Walker singles to center.
Through the raindrops.
Allegheny Health Network Supermo, that shot off the base hit through the rain.
I like the slow motion raindrop.
Yeah.
Cool. I wonder how fast those drops are traveling, say 3 feet above the ground.
Well, time to ponder that.
Yeah, we would do it. Tweet us.
That was
if you know.
pretty abrupt. Dylan Colbreth calls for the tarp. After the base hit for Neil Walker, and 0-1 count on Marte. Pirates have collected 2 hits. They have 3 base runners, and hope this is not a long delay because A.J. Burnett just continues to put up tremendous numbers.
It would be tough to take A.J. out of this ball game, even if it was, say, an hour and, say, 20 minutes or so, hour and a half. I mean, this A.J.'s last year. He doesn't want to give up any moment out there at all. He wants to have every possible inning he can get.
He has retired 10 in a row. 12 of the 13 batters he's faced.
On the other side, Nelson's pitching very well.
Yeah.
But he's a younger guy that they're looking at as going to be a big part of their future. They wouldn't want to do anything that might create any problems for him. So they would be much more likely to shut Nelson down, I think, than the Pirates would be to take A.J. out of this ball game. But who knows? It depends on how long we have to wait. I don't think it's going to be long, Greg.
Well, what's long in your mind? Give me a time.
I think we'll be back in about 45 minutes.
45 minutes. That means we have time for Inside Pirates Baseball. Thanks to Bob. We get to see some Inside Pirates Baseball. And 45 minutes from now, Burnett and the Bucks will return to action. So we had a rain delay, and grounds crew came out a few moments ago, took off the tarp, and the crew chief, Phelan Colbert, said, let's get going. And about 25 minutes after the tarp was placed on the field, we're going to resume play here. We are told that there is another cell coming along. In fact, they informed members of the media up here in the press box that they're going to try and get as many innings or minutes in before the next cell arrives.
I like this.
I like that too. I like the fact that they inform everybody too.
Play.
Yeah, exactly.
Not raining play.
So far, Ryan Braun had a double in the first inning against A.J. Burnett. That's been the only base runner against the veteran starter. Jimmy Nelson, meanwhile, walked the leadoff man in the third inning. That was Francisco Cervelli. Gave up a Jordy Mercer hit, but the Pirates stranded a pair. A leadoff hit for Neil Walker here in the fourth inning. By the way, Jordy Mercer's single in the third extended his hitting streak to 7 straight games. Greg Brown, Bob Walk, Dan Potash with you as we get ready to resume play in the fourth.
Hey, let's score now so that when we do get past 5 innings, we get the lead. Always is a important inning to get through with the lead when it might rain all night.
Starling Marte will be coming to the plate with a count of 0-1. Adam Lind in conversation with Neil Walker. Fans rooting on their buccos, hoping to get another W here. And Starling Marte steps in against Jimmy Nelson. Marte bounced to short his first at bat. First pitch swinging, bounces it to short. A rare double play for Starling Marte.
How that happened quick, huh? Barely got back. 2 quick outs. 1 pitch.
Chick-fil-A double play right away. Segura to Sardinas to Lind.
No question about it. Out or safe on that play at first.
Marte has hit into 6 double plays, leading the Pirates team. Meanwhile, Pedro Alvarez and teammate Gregory Polanco, the only players in the National League yet to hit into a double play. Talking about minimum at bats, of course. One and one on Alvarez, who flied to right in the second. 2 outs, nobody on here in the fourth. Nelson has given up 8 homers in his first 11 starts. 70 home runs allowed by Brewers pitching. Only the Padres have given up more. And on the other side, the Pirates pitchers have given up only 36 home runs all season. Two and two. A.J. Burnett will be going back out there.
He's loose, ready to go.
Three and two. Nelson has struck out 4. Shaking off about everything that Lucroy put down there.
Still. Oh, is that a fair ball? Yes, it is.
Oh, my. So that is going to do it.
Yeah, it just laid there.
Here comes Clint Hurdle. Pedro Alvarez rarely says anything to any umpire. But the home plate umpire, Manny Gonzalez. In fact, I think we could hear the Brewers dugout yelling.
Well, I was, in my mind, I'm thinking, is that ball in fair territory? It's got to be close.
So that'll do it. Their selection, the Pirates are a few moments away from making their pick, but so far top 10 picks in this year's draft. A couple of Vandy players went in the first 8, including Dansby Swanson and Carson Fulmer. We told you that shortstops picked 1, 2, 3 by the Diamondbacks, Astros, and Rockies, and then Dylan Tate the Cal, and the 4th pick by the Texas Rangers. And the former Vandy player Pedro Alvarez, who was a first-round pick by the Pirates. He did not run. I don't know that he knew where the ball was, but it was a fair ball for the final out of that bottom of the 4th inning. And now Ramos Ramirez.
I wonder how many players really think about that the front part of the batter's box is actually in fair territory.
Assume they know that, right?
Well, yeah.
So
the whole entire plate.
Watch again here.
The whole entire plate is in fair territory.
I don't know that he ever looked down.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Did he?
Yeah.
And a line drive on a 2-1 pitch to Ramirez for the second hit for Milwaukee. That snapped a string of 10 straight retired by Burnett.
Hey, Pedro does see where the ball is. He'll look down right now, looking at it before it gets picked up, and he just I think he thought it was in the, because he's shocked that it's called fair. He obviously did not think that ball lying there could even maybe be in fair territory.
Now Parra, who struck out looking in the second.
So I don't know. I would say that I would have to think that, yeah, those guys know that that's fair territory in the front part of the batter's box. But maybe not. And I'll tell you a reason why.
Down the right field line and a fair ball. Josh Harrison, they're trying to get that ball in quickly and will. But it's a double, and it's second and third with nobody out.
Real quick before we get back to live action here. The reason why is because I think most guys think if the ball hits them and they're in the batter's box, they're okay. You know what I mean? They're not out. And so in their minds, they're thinking, well, the entire batter's box must be in foul territory then. If the ball can hit me in the front of the batter's box and I am not out, well, then how can that be a fair ball? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there could be a.
So you don't think they know that?
In the hitter's minds, there could be a gray area there. That, you know, is that batter's box fair or foul? But it's fair. Pitchers know it's fair. I know that.
Now with nobody out, the infield back, Segura retired on a nice play by Jordy Mercer in the second inning. A play that initially was ruled safe by the first base umpire. The Pirates challenged, and the call was overturned. Segura has struck out only 25 times this season. Oh, maybe a flinch from Manny Gonzalez there. By comparison, Ryan Braun has struck out 43 times, the most on the Brewers.
You definitely would love to have a strikeout here. If you have the pitcher on deck, you got to think you can strike him out and then perhaps get out of the inning without giving up a run. Tie game 0-0.
In the dirt, 2-2.
Isn't that amazing that now here you're up there, you're just trying to get a ball put in place so you can get an RBI in this knotted up ball game, and you are ahead in the count. You're in the driver's seat. You're supposed to be kind of looking for the pitch you want, and you will take a full swing at a ball that bounced that far out of the strike zone. It's almost like you've made up your mind you're going to swing before the ball comes out the pitcher's hand, and then you'll take that pitch.
Wow.
Go figure.
3-2. What does Burnett go to here? Is he going to get him to try and chase?
Yep, he's going to go to the hook.
He's only walked 4 times unintentionally.
No,
So,
he didn't. Stay with a fastball.
He doesn't strike out much, and he rarely walks. When it's this count against A.J. Burnett, he always throws the fastball. Until now. And he got him to swing and just did get a piece of it.
He was able to hit that ball actually just before it landed maybe on top of home plate. Somehow he got to that ball before it hit the ground.
Tells you something about this guy's got a pretty good 2-strike approach. He doesn't strike out a lot, and yet he would swing at that pitch in the dirt. Now Cervelli and Burnett going to talk things over here.
He's got the ability to even though he chases bad pitches, to make contact with them. And that's kind of what it is.
So Cervelli and Burnett have come to terms on what to throw Segura on this 3-2 pitch.
It's not like he has a good idea of the strike zone.
No.
That's absolutely not the case.
He's just able to get his bat on the ball. And a bouncer that'll give the Brewers the lead. Segura brings home Ramirez. And Pyra to third.
Man, that ball just right down the middle.
Pyra moves to third after he doubled following the Ramirez single to center. And Segura with his 16th RBI. And now the pitcher, Jimmy Nelson, with a runner at third. Burnett struck him out looking his first time up, and it's raining again. And out comes Cervelli. Whatever it takes. Phil and Colbreth studying the situation. Crew chief. Rookie skipper Craig Counsell.
I don't know what that means. You think it's a sign right there, or a nervous twitch?
Ball one. Nelson with 3 hits and 18 at bats this season. There's Manny Lopez and his grounds crew poised. Infield in all the way around. And a chopper. Burnett will have a chance to get the man at first, and does. Second out.
Nice play by Burnett. How wet you think that ball was? Just rolling through that soaked grass. Picked it up barehanded. And now he's got to fling that white baseball on target, or it's going to cost him a run, and he got it done.
See, indeed, it was slick.
There's another part of that play too that I just thought of as he slowed down to take the little baby steps as he got to the baseball. And if he comes in too hard, slams on the brakes, feet are going to spin out in that grass, and he's going to end up now sitting on his backside with the ball in his hand, trying to make a throw.
This is Luis Sardinas. He bounced out his first time.
We saw in Chicago earlier this year what happens when you try to throw the brakes on to stop real quick, and sometimes in that grass it's a little damp.
A couple of strikes on the second baseman, who hit .261 last year with the Rangers. He came over this winter in the Yovani Gallardo deal. 0-2. Stays 0-2. The Cardinals and Rockies are underway at Coors Field in Denver. Cardinals do not score in the top of the first, and the Rockies have runners at the corners, nobody out, against John Lackey. Bucks are 6.5 back of the first place Cardinals in the Central. The Cubs a half game behind the Bucks. Cubs not playing today. Just got a piece of it. Making his 6th start tonight at second base, Luis Sardinas. Meanwhile, the Pirates are on the clock, getting ready to make their first round pick in the amateur draft. 1-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. A.J. Burnett, an 8th round pick of the Mets in 1995, was dealt to the Marlins 3 years later. Al Leiter went to New York from the Florida Marlins at that time.
I'm surprised he went that far down in the draft. Say 8th round?
Yeah. Well, now it's 3-2. He quickly got out in front.
6'5", he could throw the ball in the upper 90s. I think he would have went a little higher than that.
Out of Central Arkansas High School. Born and raised in the Little Rock area. And he walked him. The first allowed by A.J. Burnett. He faces Carlos Gomez.
Early on, just curveball after curveball that at bat. finally switched to the fastball. Couldn't get it over the plate.
Gomez has bounced to short and struck out. .316 career hitter against Burnett. And out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I see AJ taking a little bit more time now between pitches. He's going back almost at every pitch, trying to clean his cleats off a little bit. Continues to rain.
Showing bunt, and now 2-1.
Sometimes you start getting, especially if you're a curveball guy like AJ, as you get little issues with the grip now too, because the rosin bag starts to become damp. You can't go there to dry your hand. Uniform's wet.
Hit hard past Ed Cedar, the third base coach. 2-2.
The balls usually aren't too bad when you get them because they change them so often. So you see this ball just absolutely ripped just past Cedar.
Pirates have selected a shortstop, Kevin Newman, in the first round out of Arizona. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count. And now 3-2. The last time the Pirates picked a college shortstop in the first round. Three and 2 on Carlos Gomez as AJ Burnett looks to get this final out. Down 1-0. Jonathan Lucroy on deck. And in the air, through the rain, Polanco will make the catch. Brewers have a run.
Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network. Health for all. By Kenny Ross, Ask a Neighbor. And by Levin Mattress, located in all Levin furniture showrooms and freestanding stores. Let's go Bucks!
1-0 Brewers. Into the bottom of the 5th. And Jung Ho Kang will lead things off. Jimmy Nelson. Facing Kang. Kang struck out on a 3-2 pitch in the second.
Come on, baby.
1-2. Two and 2. And runs the count full. And the Pirates have a leadoff base runner.
I think Nelson maybe going to start running into the same problems with slick conditions.
Pirates select shortstop out of University of Arizona, Kevin Newman, in the first round, 19th overall, 6'1", 180 pounds. And this year hitting .370, 3-year career, .337 average. 46 stolen bases. So a college position player. It'll be interesting to see where once he signs, hopefully that is the case, where he would begin. By the way, the question we had asked, the last time the Pirates selected a first round college shortstop was Mark Ferris back in 1994. There was also a quarterback at Texas A&M. Spent some time in the Pirates minor leagues before returning to football. 1 ball, 1 strike on Francisco Cervelli.
Almost got him.
Well, by his reaction, it sure looked like it was close.
Might be my favorite at bat every game.
The Cervelli twist and turn. He's saying something. Two and 1. And Cervelli continues his hot hitting. And heading to third base, Jung Ho Kang, and the Pirates are in business with nobody out.
You know, it's kind of a slow track, I'm sure, out there right now, but you think of the difficulties the outfielders are going to be having also, that they can't stop real quick when they're changed directions. They're going to lose their footing. The baseball's going to be wet rolling through the grass. So, what kind of a grip can they get on a throw? So even though it's a slow track, you could still maybe take that extra base. Jung Ho never hesitated on this one. Pirates in great shape here to get that run right back.
Jordy Mercer takes a strike. Breaking pitch from Jimmy Nelson.
Last time up, Mercer got a fastball down and in and drove it hard back through the middle.
1-2.
It's a tough slider he's got.
They'll concede a run. Infield at double play depth.
Not a good slider that time, but it worked. Didn't break much, stayed up and in. Back in the old days, they used to call that a backup slider. Don't know if they still use that terminology or not.
Still 0-2. Mercer, just 11 ribbies so far this season. And Nelson gets him.
Went to his best pitch. Kept throwing sliders. You know, you got a real good slider when you can throw it up in the strike zone with 2 strikes and get a swing and a miss. It means it's a pretty good pitch. Got good action on it, good velocity.
Strike one. Burnett moved the runners in the 3rd inning when the defense put on the wheel play. He bounced back to the mound, was able to get Cervelli to 3rd and Mercer to 2nd. The Pirates could not cash in, however, as Nelson struck out Gregory Polanco. Nelson has come up large the 2 times the Pirates have had a runner at 3rd and less than 2 outs. And big strikeouts of Polanco and now Mercer.
It's always a plus for a pitcher that has some type of a swing and miss pitch in his tool chest. And Nelson certainly has that with that slider, so they can get those strikeouts when they really need one.
He showed bunt, then pulled back, was going to swing away in the dirt. 1-2.
It's okay, just don't hit it at an infielder. It'll probably be a double play. And Polanco won't get a shot.
Bob, Adam Lind is well in on the grass at first.
You want to start Cervelli, don't you?
Well, shouldn't Cervelli be getting a pretty large lead?
Yeah, you want to take advantage of that because that makes it easier for the guy bunting to get you over. If they're going to give you a couple extra feet, go ahead and take it. That might be what you need to be safe at second base.
And it's a strikeout. Bunts with 2 strikes, fouls it off, and it's up to Polanco now with 2 down.
Everything looked good there. The ball just went over in the foul territory. Maybe just not quite enough angle on that bat to keep it fair. All right, got to get a hit. That's all.
Line right at the shortstop, Segura. Pirates had runners at 1st and 3rd with nobody out. Still 1-0. oblique, expected to miss a couple more weeks. The Brewers still searching for that replacement, and tomorrow they'll call up another minor leaguer. Taylor Jugman will become the third Brewer to start since Peralta went on the DL, and another rookie making his major league debut. Third time in 4 series that Milwaukee will start a rookie making his big league debut. Jungmann 2-3, a 6.37 ERA in 11 appearances at AAA Colorado Springs. Well, you had diamond dry all over the infield here.
You know, Greg, a good example of how sometimes a delay can affect the pitcher. It has come to my attention that AJ only missed the strike zone 8 times first 4 innings.
Before the delay.
Yeah, he threw 8 balls. And then 14 balls last inning.
8 through the first 4 and then 14 in 1 inning.
We'll see now that he's been out there for a while if it continues, or
is it the delay?
Go
is it
back to it's
the conditions?
It could be either one. It could be conditions. It could be, you know, your arm just kind of is a little stiffened up some. I've had it happen to me both ways, to where you come back out and you're just not the same. You can't throw the same. And I've had delays where I've come back out where I wasn't pitching very well, and now everything's great. So you just don't know. But I'm wondering about the conditions. You know, especially when Nelson went out there right after that too, and he walked the first guy he faced. Maybe that mound was a little slippery. AJ didn't like the mound.
No, he's asking grounds crew or somebody to come out.
Yeah. Well, that last pitch was an off-speed pitch. I don't know if it was a curveball or changeup. It was an off-speed, and it didn't do much of anything. Just stayed up and in. Now, if that was supposed to be a curveball, that definitely came out of the hand very early with not much spin on it to just hang up there like that. I didn't see his foot move much, but he immediately looked down at it and immediately wanted some diamond dry spread around, try to soak up some of the water. Got a shovel full of wet earth off the front.
Falls behind Lucroy, 3-1. Into center field, Marte drops the ball.
Wow.
Going to be an error on Starling Marte. Something you certainly don't expect.
I definitely should have made this catch.
He's looking the ball right into his glove.
Right in the glove, but it
must have been doing some weird things.
It looked like it was going to hit right in the middle of the glove. Did he close the glove a little too soon, perhaps? No.
Here's Ryan Braun. He has doubled and bounced to second and right to second. Routine double play. Nice. Love that.
1 pitch, 2 outs. Makes Marte feel a lot better.
Yeah.
I mean, you know that makes AJ feel good, but I guarantee Marte watching this in center field is thinking, please turn this, turn this. Yep.
Well, that takes care of that. Braun gets into his 9th double play. It's among the league leaders. And a breaking ball, and maybe that diamond dry helps AJ Burnett. We go to the bottom of the 6th. 1-0 Milwaukee. The bottom of the 6th inning. Pirates will have their 2, 3, 4 men in the order due up. Tomorrow, Francisco Liriano, our Nissan Road Ahead, told you he'll be facing the rookie, Taylor Jungmann. And then on Wednesday night, Charlie Morton takes his 3-0 record to the hill against Kyle Loesch. The Nissan Road Ahead. Bucks and Brewers. Off day Thursday. Phillies come to town Friday for a 3-game series 1 week from tonight. Interleague play returns to PNC Park. The Chicago White Sox for a home-and-home series.
Not many guys setting out on the rail. Just a few tonight.
More work. Putting a new rubberized track out there, Bob, that has that teeth in it to get. What did you use, by the way? Just the old tongue depressor?
Yeah, tongue depressor, and they had those back then.
Did they?
Yeah.
Way back then?
Yeah, way back then.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Thought that was.
Yeah, you have to go back to Steve's era to not have rubber. It was only an invention after Steve played. Yeah, they've had rubber for a long time like that. I remember watching a LA Rams game when I was a kid. They had one of those. Jack Snow was cleaning his cleats.
Huh. Just ask Steve if they had those back then when Steve played. Andrew McCutchen, night off. Josh Harrison has struck out and bounced out.
Yeah, they would take 2 tongue depressors, tape them together, and you'd stick that in your back pocket.
Why did you use that thing? Didn't like that as much?
Well, you would use it. You'd use both.
Oh. Popped up. Second baseman Sardinas. A little bit of trouble, but makes the play.
Everywhere didn't have one of those either. Just some of the richer teams, bigger franchises.
The richer teams
could have those.
Really? That's interesting. The richer teams had the rubber back then. It was more expensive.
Yeah.
Now they all have them.
It was an innovation.
Yeah. Well, the Pirates trailing 1-0. Here's Neil Walker. He has one of the 3 hits against Jimmy Nelson. Nelson retired the first 6. That bat cracked, so Walker will get a new stick. The Pirates got their leadoff man on previous 3 innings. Could not cash in. The other way. Toward the line and left. Fair ball. Just fair. And a 1-out double.
Right on the line. Walker breaking pretty hard coming out. Once he found the ball, he saw that ball was in the air down the line. He thought, well, if that does end up staying fair, I might have myself a double. You know, watching, especially when he was coming around first base, seeing his feet, looks like the footing really is still pretty good around out there in the dirt. Ground crew have been doing a fine job in between innings, keeping it fairly dry. Didn't see his feet slipping much at all. You know that game we played, was at Cincinnati a few years ago, where the hitters were slipping on home run trots. It was so wet. Was that just last year?
Yeah. It was all those home runs that Walker and Gabby Sanchez hit 2 each, right?
Yeah. It was just
had to continue the game the next night.
Standing water everywhere.
1 ball, 1 strike to count now on Starling Marte. He's twice hit a ball to the shortstop Gene Segura. Last time it was a double play ball. One and 2. Nelson has gotten tough. The Pirates have put some pressure on him. Bucks 0 for 5 with men in scoring position. Hit that one twice. Fouled it off, and then the backswing brought it back out in front of the mound. Slick conditions for everybody.
Yeah. That ball might have already hit his right knee, or left knee, excuse me, on the way up.
2 and 2. 39 RBIs, tied for 5th in the league. He's got Walker at second, trying to tie this game. Yes, he did, says Manny Gonzalez. The strikeout. Marte says, why didn't you check with the first base umpire before calling that? A frustrated Marte is the 7th strikeout for Nelson.
Nelson, when he gets threatened, he really goes to that slider. There's several in this at bat. Nice hard one there. Got the chase.
Intentionally walk Alvarez to get to Gong.
Almost put that one to the backstop. Earlier you gave Nelson splits, right-handed, left-handed. You certainly understand wanting to face a right-hander with that tying run in scoring position. But by doing this, you're putting the possible winning run on base.
Lefty's hitting .284 coming into this game against Nelson. Right-handed hitters just .201. And Walker, who bats left-handed, of course, has half the Pirate hits. Cervelli and Mercer the others. We have a Point Park University tweet. What was your favorite memory during a rain delay?
I think that's to you, Greg.
No, that's to you.
No, it's Buck's booth.
Well, you answer all these questions, and we're not going to stop now. We need to know what your favorite memory during a rain delay was. You must have a couple stories. Good ones, rain delay stories. Gong bounces this ball to Segura for the final out. Stay tuned for those Bob Walk rain delay stories. Some great shots from the Allegheny Health Network Supermo as the Pirates and Brewers meet. A wet night in Pittsburgh. One rain delay lasted about 28 minutes. And playing through the rain, and the Brewers up 1-0. Going to the 7th inning, Aramis Ramirez against A.J. Burnett. A shot from the Budweiser bow tie bar, looking out the window of the bow tie bar. Weather protected area out there.
I got two for you, Greg.
Two rain delay stories. Yeah. Your favorites?
Well, one of them certainly a favorite.
Ramirez fights this off. He's got a leadoff hit
for a couple of different reasons. But the first one that I actually had to be prodded on this one a little bit. I'd forgot about it, but it was a snow delay in Chicago early one season, and me and my teammates got together, sitting in the dugout there in Chicago at Wrigley Field, watching the snow come down, and we all started just all of us singing Christmas carols, like guys standing on the street corners. It was a lot of fun. We sat there, and I even think we ended up getting on camera somewhere at one point. I saw that years ago. And that was always kind of a neat one because it was photographed like that.
Look at that bunt.
Wow.
By Parra and no play. Hernan Perez running for Ramirez at first, and a bunt hit for Parra.
Well, we talked earlier about the difficulties on some of these bunts. I've seen a number of players go up like they were going to fake the bunt because they know that it's a tough play. Gunn coming in thinking I don't have any chance at first, so he decided to look out at second base. He just decided that wet baseball, I'm going to hold on to it.
And now Gene Segura. Well, he bumped the runners over, and the pitcher's spot on deck. They have someone loosening in their bullpen. No, they're not bunting. Pirates will be happy to see someone other than Jimmy Nelson. So your other funny
the next
story.
One, it's not
story.
really all that funny.
Yeah.
It was just kind of a neat thing for me personally. And it's really a favorite, like I said, for a number of different reasons. It'll take me a little bit of time to explain. I wish they hadn't got the first two guys on base. But anyway, the last game I pitched in 1993, went out, pitched a couple innings, and then ended up sitting through I think it was over an hour rain delay, and then went back out and ended up getting a win, which ended up being my last game I ever pitched and my last win.
Wow.
So that ended up being kind of a really cool memory. And but there's another thing about that game that I'll add, and this is honest to goodness truth.
Heck of a play there by Cervelli, by the way.
After the first couple innings where it was raining like tonight, it was pouring down, and not very many people are there. It's late in the season, and it was 93 where the game was meaningless to the Pirates. Late in the year, only about a couple days left in the season. And I'm walking back to the dugout after the inning they've called it, and I look up behind home plate, and there's my wife Lori. And as you know, she doesn't come to very many ball games.
That's an understatement.
Yeah. Even back then, she had kind of been done with seeing baseball games. She didn't come to very many. But she had asked me to leave her a ticket that night. So, I
did you think that was kind of strange?
Yeah. And so I left her a ticket. And
because, by the way, you'd not announced a retirement or anything.
No,
right?
no, absolutely not. So here it is, pouring rain. She's sitting back there in this rain, and I yelled up at her, "Hey, go home. I'll see you later on tonight." And then when I know it had to be at least an hour rain delay, I went back out there to continue. There's 10 people in the whole park left. She's one of them sitting behind home plate.
Look at that. Pitch in the dirt, well out in front of the plate.
That's why he doesn't strike.
Yep.
So anyway, went back out and everything. And I got home that night and I said, "You never come to games anymore. Yet you sit through an hour rain delay out in the rain, soaking wet. Why did you do that?" And she goes, "I didn't want to tell you this before you left to the ballpark, but when I got up today, I had this feeling that that's the last game you're ever going to pitch, and I wanted to see it." And obviously, I'm like looking at her like, "Are you kidding me? Why? You think I'm going to get hit by a bus or something? What do you mean? Last game I'm ever going to?" She goes, "I don't know. I just felt like that was the last game you're ever going to pitch." So I sat there through the entire rain delay. And then as it turned out, the next year, I was sitting next to you up here.
Unbelievable.
And that was the last game I ever pitched. So that is a very special rain delay to me.
Man, that is wild.
Good Twitter question.
Yeah, I'll say. Oh, I thought they got Segura. Now it's 3-2, and the pitch of the night maybe for A.J. Burnett.
Almost. But see, it's crazy. He swings at pitches that are bouncing and fouls them off, but yet he'll take one an inch off the plate.
And again,
that's
unfair. No, foul ball. Foul ball, says the home plate umpire. Now the Pirates might have a say in this one.
I'll tell you what, this was
because Pedro Alvarez got called out earlier on what looked like a similar ball.
This was no matter what happens here. This is a great play by Cervelli.
Yeah.
He comes out of behind home plate, absolutely like a cat. Gets on the ball, makes a tag, and then throws to third in time for an out. If the ball would have been called fair. How quick he gets out on top of this ball. Wow, that was so close. And how about the heads up? Gung goes for the tag because he knows it's not a force now.
Yeah.
Now here we'll see. Is this fair or not? This is a great shot right down the line. Not solid call. But how on top of things, a great play and a great heads up. Good baseball instincts there by Gung, going with that tag immediately, realizing that the force had been taken off.
Runners take off, and look at this! Double play! Strike him out, throw him out! Cervelli does it again as Gung applies the tag of Perez.
Wow. That's some defense by your catcher twice in a row. Man. How about Segura here going to the ground? Thank you very much. Gave a nice clear lane for Cervelli to throw. And he put it right on the money twice in a row. Yeah. I like it.
Did it. Double play.
Gave a little nod out to AJ. Nice pitch.
Well, Jason Rogers is going to pinch hit. I thought they had Shane Peterson, a left-handed batter, on deck before that all took place. And the Pirates had, I think, Antonio Bastardo ready in the bullpen, a lefty. So now Burnett gets to face Rogers.
Well, if they come with a lefty, the Pirates might get open base.
Yeah.
That strike him out, throw him out really changed things as to what might have been happening with this bat. Cervelli's moving all over the place back there, playing in the mud.
Jason Rogers pinch hitting for Jimmy Nelson. We saw an earlier shot of Jonathan Broxton loosening in the bullpen, and if you've watched Pirate games the last few seasons, you know the troubles that Jonathan Broxton has had against the Pirates. But first things first, Burnett needs to shut the door here, get the rookie Rogers. Ground ball to the shortstop Mercer. Long throw in the wet surfaces, and A.J. Burnett has given up 1 run in 7 innings. And a 7th inning stretch here at PNC Park. They had first and second, nobody out. And then a strike him out, throw him out double play on the caught stealing of Perez, who was pinch running for Ramos Ramirez. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Francisco Cervelli will be leading off, but first, 7th inning stretch.
Everyone watching at home on Root Sports as we sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Presented by the authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Pirates trail the Brewers 1-0 going to the bottom of the 7th inning here at PNC Park. A.J. Burnett, just another stellar performance. Hugs from his teammates. 1 run, 7 innings, and a big hug for his battery mate Francisco Cervelli. They did tremendous work behind the plate. And Ray Searage again appreciating what this veteran has done.
Now get him a win.
Yeah. And Hernan Perez stays in the game to play third base for Aramis Ramirez. And here is Jonathan Broxton.
Yeah, better than a hug. Give him 2 runs off this guy right now, making the pitcher of record for a W. And Broxton has given it up against the Pirates, and you can see with the 6.75 ERA and the 3.18 opponent average, it hasn't gone exactly smooth as silk for him this year.
2-5 lifetime against the Pirates with a 6.32 career ERA versus Pittsburgh, and especially here at PNC Park.
Okay, did pretty good work early in his career as a Dodger, correct?
Yes, decent work.
A couple of saves, in fact.
He still has 7 career saves against the Pirates, but he's 0-5 here in this ballpark with a 14.44 ERA. In 14 innings, he's given up 23 earned runs against the Pirates at PNC Park.
You know, there was a famous closer that had a hard time over in the Three River Stadiums. I don't know if they were that bad, but Lee Smith always had problems at Three Rivers.
Is that right?
I don't think he had a 14 ERA, but it was up there.
Neil Kotz, the lefty for Milwaukee.
And I believe it was
Tony
Lee
Watson
Smith
for the Pirates.
Blew the save in the All-Star game for the American League.
Now it's 3-1. Broxton came on in relief here at PNC Park for Jimmy Nelson back on April the 17th, and the Pirates scored 3 runs off him to win the game 6-3. Starling Marte had a 3-run homer in the 8th off of Broxton. Strike is called, and Cervelli bent down to remove that protective device, but then heard the strike call.
Right at the very top edge, almost. You see from that camera angle, it went right across at 29 on his front side.
There is ball 4. And let's go back to the studio and Rob King for a State Farm game break. All right, Rob, looking for some help from those Rockies. Colton Wong at his 7th home run of the year to get the Cardinals on the board, but a 5 spot in that first inning for Colorado against John Lackey. Jordy Mercer has singled and struck out. And bunts the ball toward first, hugging the line. And Broxton will retire him. The sacrifice goes 1-3, and Jose Tabata is going to pinch hit. Another man in scoring position.
Yeah, remember how difficult it is to pick up those baseballs after rolling through the grass and make that good accurate throw if there's a base hit here to an outfielder. Their job will not be easy. Throw that wet baseball all the way home. I got to ask a hitter one day why they're so concerned about the head of the bat being dry. Huh. Not the hand. Nobody ever dries the handle. It's always the head of the bat.
It's interesting how Jose Tabata has become almost the first man off the bench for Clint Hurdle as Tabata tries to bring his career back. He's hitting .286 since rejoining the Pirates. He is 3 for 10 off the bench. Strike 2-1. Tabata 2 for 2 in previous matchups against Broxton.
Wasn't pleased with that call. See that? I think he thought it was low. Nobody likes the umpires. I don't think Dave liked that call either.
I don't think so.
There's a pitcher complaining about the number 3. Smidgen low.
They're not paying any attention at all to Cervelli. He's dancing off the bag, and Yellowwood bringing the lumber. A little bit of history with Jose Tabata against Jonathan Broxton, then of the Reds, August of last year. Comes to the plate and delivers. Jose Tabata against Jonathan Broxton.
Take that same ground ball here. Huh?
Pirates scored 2 in the bottom of the 8th to win it 2-1.
Well, look at the infield, how shiny it's getting. There's getting to be a little bit of standing water out there. Really slick.
Three and 2.
Home plate, see a little bit of shininess, but looks like the batter's boxes are still in really good shape.
And a strikeout of Tabata, 2 away.
Chase a very low fastball. How low that fastball was went after. I think it was a fastball.
Pirates now 0 for 8 with men in scoring position. Here's Gregory Polanco. He himself 0 for 2. And he's going to be walked intentionally. They will go after Josh Harrison. Jay Hay tonight 0 for 3 against Jimmy Nelson, who went 6. 5 hits, no runs, 3 walks, 1 intentionally, and 7 strikeouts. Harrison 1 for 4 lifetime against Broxton. Broxton will turn 31 in a week. Augusta, Georgia native, and his first full season with the Brewers. Was traded last summer from Cincinnati. And Craig Counsell check things out, just checking in with Broxton.
Wasn't a long discussion. Kind of like one of those old Jim Leyland talks.
What would Leyland say?
Sometimes he wouldn't say anything. Turn around, go back.
Really? Just go to the mound and turn around, huh?
That did happen one time. But you can see back beyond second base, the water. You can actually see it splashing in the puddles. It's one of those nights where it's just a steady rain, and they're playing through it. And players are doing a really good job in these conditions. The grounds crew has been keeping it to where I really haven't seen anybody really slip around. Well, at least the base paths where everybody is running seems to still be in good shape.
Oh, upstairs 95 from Broxton. Broxton has given up 5 homers in 22 innings with 25 strikeouts and just 4 walks. And he goes down. Josh Harrison, the Pirates, just not able to come through with a big hit with men in scoring position. "28 minutes or so back in the 4th inning, and before the players take the field to begin the 8th, Field and Colbrith, the crew chief, once again called on the grounds crew to put the tarp on the field. So we're going to be delayed for a little bit before a new Pirates pitcher will be coming on. Chris Hunter, ballpark operations, checking in. Well, picks 11 through 20 in this year's amateur draft. We showed you the first 10 earlier. And the Pirates selected shortstop out of the University of Arizona, Kevin Newman. Their second pick in the first round will be coming up in about 5 minutes. But Kevin Newman, first round pick out of the University of Arizona. And a lot of shortstops went in the first round. The first 3 picks were shortstops. 2 college shortstops and then a high schooler selected by the Colorado Rockies. And you can see that Oakland followed the Pirates pick with a shortstop. Kevin Newman, career at Arizona at .337, drove in 112 runs, stole 46 bases. 165 games for the Wildcats. Kevin Newman, the Pirates' first-round pick. And they'll have one more coming up in just a few moments. And here's a Point Park University tweet. Pirates tweet. And Jack Wilson and Omar Moreno are representing the Pirates at the MLB draft, and they will be making some picks.
Yeah, Jack had
down the road.
had to like take it a shortstop first. Huh?
Yeah. Omar probably fighting now for an outfielder.
Yeah, but Omar saw all those steals that Newman had, so he probably.
That's right.
Also. Little something for everybody there.
Oh, so we got a little bit of a delay. And it looks like the relievers are coming in from the bullpens. This is going to be a substantial delay. In the meantime, keep it right here. And after this commercial timeout, inside Pirates baseball, Hidden Mechanic. It's trailing 1-0. The Brewers ready to come to bat against the new pitcher, Antonio Bastardo. A.J. Burnett went 7 innings, gave up 5 hits, 1 run that came on a ground out by Gene Segura, scoring Aramis Ramirez. And now it is Antonio Bastardo. The ground out, producing the only run. Jimmy Nelson went 6, gave up 4 hits, no runs, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. Neil Walker has 2 of the Pirates' 4 hits. And again, Burnett was outstanding, but right now he's on the hook for an L unless the Pirates can score a run here in the next couple of innings.
Well, Greg, I think that right now, kind of looking at this ball game, thinking, look, there was a couple of opportunities where we needed a clutch hit or something put in play, and we just weren't able to do it. And Nelson had that real good slider going at the right times, and we're able to get the big outs. And it's just a 1-run difference, obviously, but I mean that is the difference. It's come down to that. We're unable to get the clutch hit. He's come up with a couple of big pitches when he had to.
And Jonathan Broxton pitched a scoreless 7th after a leadoff walk to Francisco Cervelli. Jordy Mercer sacrificed him to second, and on a 3-2 pitch, Jose Tabata was ruled out. But home plate umpire Manny Gonzalez, watch him, says it's a foul ball, not realizing the ball hit the ground first. That should not have been a strikeout. It's not reviewable, but that was a critical play because obviously Tabata strikes out. The next batter was walked intentionally, and Josh Harrison then struck out. So here we are in the 8th. Luis Sardinas, the switch hitting infielder.
Bastardo seems to be getting better and better every time he gets out there. After a slow start, starting to get himself on a little bit of a roll, throwing more strikes, getting some strikeouts.
Sardinas, the 9th man in the order, has grounded out and walked. The only free pass that A.J. Burnett allowed tonight. A 1 hour and 45-minute rain delay, the second one.
A.J. able to go out there 7 innings. He had that nice string going of 7-inning starts. 7 innings again tonight.
And to shallow left. Polanco. 1 out in the top of the 8th inning. Follow the Pirates wherever you are with MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com At Bat for your smartphone or tablet. Here is Carlos Gomez, the top of the batting order. Grounded out, struck out, flied out against Burnett.
Be some scrambling in the stands now for those foul balls, huh?
Oh,
there's room to run. Almost everyone has decided to go home tonight. Not sit in the rain this late. A lot of the people still here will be rewarded with a baseball. Still a little light drizzle falling. I don't think it's possible to wait around until it's totally dry. Mercer just threw that young man the ball, but dry enough to finish it off.
Well, we saw a young lady from, I think, North Allegheny High School during the rain delay handed a baseball by Neil Walker, and she was beside herself. Mary Orr. Despite the miserable conditions, fans having a good time. Neil Walker made a fan very happy. Again, he has 2 of the Pirates' 4 hits. And a base hit. Carlos Gomez aboard with one out.
Just out of reach. And we were told during that last rain delay that it's a very slow track out there. Hard to get any speed going.
Lucroy 0 for 3. His last time up, he reached on a Starling Marte error. Struck out his first time up looking against A.J. Burnett and bounced back to the Pirates pitcher in the 4th.
Lucroy, now that he's healthy, really anxious to get something going with that bat, I would imagine. One of the better players in the National League last season.
Got off to a very slow start and then broke that toe. He's been back for a week. This is just his 19th game played this season. And a line drive base hit. Puts runners at first and second with one out. A couple of line drives off of Antonio Bastardo after he got Sardinas to fly to left, and now he faces Ryan Braun.
And not really well located on that fastball. A little bit above the knees, kind of mid-thigh, and a good chunk of the strike zone.
Braun doubled off of Burnett in the first inning.
There's only 100 people left in the ballpark, and every one of them's booing. Look at him. I remember when people used to ask me all the time about, does a big crowd bother you? All the noise and everything, a big crowd. And I would say, no, it's when there's nobody in the ballpark that bothers you, because you can hear every individual that is on you. Much rather be when the place is packed, it's just kind of like a background white noise type thing when you're in a visitor's ballpark. Walker up high to keep that one out of center field. Get up.
Gomez creeping. He's thinking. And I'm surprised. Was awfully close to Bastardo balking. He was close to heading home.
And Walker throw that open hand out that lets Bastardo know that it's not a fake. He's going to go all the way to the bag.
One ball, one strike on Ryan Braun. Craig Counsell's club on this road trip that has taken them to Minneapolis. They were in St. Louis at the start of the trip. 2-1. And they won the first 2 games of their series at Target Field, but were shut out yesterday 2-0. They have lost a total of 37 games this season, along with 20 wins. Bastardo 94 on that pitch, and Braun way late. Braun with 39 RBIs. Tied for 5th in the league. There goes Gomez. And it's still 2-2 on Braun.
I'm surprised Lucroy didn't run on that. I mean, he's out there a long ways. Big lead because he's not being held on, and he's facing second base. Like giving the impression that he is ready to follow if it's going to be a double steal. But he didn't go. They didn't want to test that new toe. Right at Gomez out there right now.
Bastardo faced a couple of hitters on Saturday night. Retired all 3 Braves hitters that he faced on Friday, so Clint Hurdle starting to go to him more frequently recently. And again, Braun fouls off the pitch. Bastardo acquired over the winter from the Phillies. They will see Marte in the bottom of the 8th, and hopefully Cervelli. And hopefully it's 1-0. It's up to Bastardo. Fingers crossed. And that will allow one runner to move up. Lucroy does not.
That is really amazing. Lucroy, when he takes his lead, Greg, he is almost in like a sprinter's position, looking towards second base, like he's ready to move up, and he does nothing. He might as well just have his foot on the bag over at first base. Kidding me? You know, maybe that toe is really bothering him. Now, double play still in order. Braun hits into some double plays.
Jeffers, the right-hander, is ready to pitch the bottom of the 8th. They are down one player. Will Smith is serving a suspension. Ralph Scahill is ready. A wild pitch has Carlos Gomez 90 feet away, and now Bastardo really does need to get Braun to hit a ground ball at somebody. 3-2. 10 pitch at bat so far.
"21 pitches for Bastardo. Long inning.
Wow. How about this at bat? 11 pitches to Braun, 22 pitches thrown by Bastardo. Ground ball, base hit. It's 2-0. Oh, Bastardo comes in, gets one out, but then gives up 3 consecutive hits, throws a wild pitch, and now a 2-0 lead for Milwaukee.
There's still just 1 out. I think they're going to make a pitching change. Oh, no, that's Ray, isn't it?
One of the reasons that Clint Hurdle decided to go to Bastardo rather than Rob Scahill is because of the unusual splits. The Milwaukee Brewers do not hit lefties hardly at all as a team, and individually Carlos Gomez hitting 200 against southpaws. Jonathan Lucroy before that hit was 0 for 8. Ryan Braun just 211. And Adam Lind just 231 against left-handers. So the reason for Bastardo being out there, but he has not been very effective after getting the first out. 3 hard hit balls. Not get that call.
Counts right.
Yeah.
1-1.
Two and 1 on Lind. 0 for 3 against A.J. Burnett. And now 3 and 1. They're throwing the 5th pitch to Adam Lind. When he sees 5 or more pitches in an at bat, he has the highest batting average of any player in baseball. 373 when seeing 5 or more pitches in an at bat. Now he'll see a 6th.
How is he when he sees 6 or more?
383. The major league average is 275.
Is that in rain delays or?
That is no, that does not include rain delays. Even better with rain delays. And he'll see another. Braun had a very long at bat before he singled to right. And 29 pitches thrown now by Bastardo. Braun now with 40 ribbies on the year. And a fly ball to center field, sending Marte back. Boy, well done by Marte, fighting the drive
Did you see how much that ball moved? Wow, that ball moved. I mean, we're looking straight down from behind home plate, and it looked like that ball took off. It was going to be to the right field side of dead center. Right there. See it? You can see the flight of the ball. Actually, it was to the right of second base, and the ball ends up being almost in front of the bullpen. The wind really got that one. Of course, the spin off the left-hand hitter's bat going to make it move that way a little bit anyway. But, man, that was a bunch. You can see that breeze pushing kind of up the Allegheny.
New pitcher coming on, Rob Scahill. Bastardo gives up a run and 2 aboard.
Here in the 8th inning, Rob Scahill now on the mound with just under a minute left on a Monday. And we wanted to tell you that Neil Walker will be our guest tomorrow, which is only a minute away, on Twitter Tuesday. So please send us your questions with the hashtag BucksTuesday, and we'll pick some of the best and bring them your way tomorrow, hopefully under drier conditions as we quickly approach midnight on a Monday. Soon to be Tuesday. I stand corrected. Gentlemen, it's now Tuesday, and it's all yours.
As you were talking there, Dan, the director, Pete Toma, asked for that shot and received. The clock moving from 11:59 to midnight. Here's Rob Scahill. Shane Peterson facing Scahill. Left-handed batter. Shane Peterson 2 for 9 since he was called up from AAA Colorado Springs, where he's hitting .320.
They're still in Colorado Springs. I thought they'd moved.
Milwaukee?
Oh, Milwaukee. You know what I was just doing? What were we watching the whole rain delay up on the board? You're right. Milwaukee's in Colorado Springs.
The Reds and the Rockies.
Yeah, the Rockies. I had Rockies on my mind. And I knew that the Rockies, who had been in Colorado Springs forever, they did move this year. Oh, look at that, going the wrong way.
Former Rocky pitcher Rob Scahill.
Ron was jumping off there.
Rockies pounded the Cardinals 11-3. Cincinnati beat Philadelphia 6-4.
But it's kind of an odd thing, isn't it, that Denver would leave Colorado Springs so close, and Milwaukee would want their team, their AAA team, all the way out in Colorado.
And I don't know that they won it. It just happens like musical chairs often. These affiliates.
Yeah, best case scenario is your AAA team's very close.
Yeah.
It's, sometimes it's almost a shuttle back and forth with certain players.
Pirates for years were in Buffalo.
You want that convenience.
And then, of course, they were in Hawaii. That was very convenient.
Very convenient there. It took it's about 3 days before you got here. Actually, you were going back in time when you left Hawaii.
Strike 3 called. Scahill strikes out the pinch hitter looking. But Antonio Bastardo gives up a run, and we'll go to the bottom of the 8th inning. And Milwaukee now leading it 2-0. So Neil Walker will be leading things off. He'll be followed by Starling Marte. And then, due up after Marte, Pedro Alvarez.
Have a 2-0 lead as we move to the bottom of the 8th inning, and the Pirates are very proud of the talent they have growing down on the farm, and others have taken notice. Today, or should I say yesterday, we learned that 5 members of the Bradenton Marauders have been named to the Florida State midseason All-Star squad. Congratulations to each one, though it should be noted that Jose Osuna was recently promoted to Altoona, so he will not take part in the game, which will be played on June 20th in Port St. Lucie. Oh boy, it's been a long night. It marks the second time 5 Marauders have been named to the squad. All right, enough from me. Guys, take it away.
And I think Osuna played a role tonight again, Dan, in the Altoona Curve victory. Altoona went on to roll 11-4 at Erie against the Seawolves. Hector Gomez takes over at third base. Neil Walker takes ball 1 from the new pitcher, Jeremy Jeffress.
Let's take a look at Jeffers' numbers. Not too bad. .231 opponent batting average. Not a whole lot of walks, but wouldn't call him a control guy either. 12 and 27 innings. When you're down by 2, make sure you get a strike late like this.
2-0. Wow. Should be 1-1. And a hard hit under the glove of the second baseman. And then a leadoff hit. 3 straight hits for Neil Walker.
Elvis is still in the building. Very well struck. Contact being made right at the very front edge of home plate.
Jeffers has not given up a run in 3 1/3 innings against the Pirates this season. This is his 4th appearance against the Bucks. .29 innings, 3 homers allowed by Jeffers. Up the middle. Shortstop there. Segura. They get 1 out. Fielder's choice going 6-4.
That's a little too tough to turn. Going up the middle like that. As you're receiving that toss, your back is the first base. You're going to have to go through a 180, make an accurate throw. Very difficult to get anybody, especially somebody that's fast.
Alvarez has flied out. Bounced right at the plate. Retired in the 4th inning. And walked intentionally in the 6th. The Bull looking to drive one.
Sweet shirt.
That is sweet.
I like that. I like the yellow eye.
Yeah. One ball, 1 strike. .95, 1-2. Bullpen has been very strong recently. Last 8 games, an 0.52 ERA for the Brewers relievers. And he blew that one by him. 2 outs. Catch the excitement of Bucco baseball at PNC Park this summer with a Pirates Summer 6-pack presented by Papa John's for as low as $99. Lock in your seats and prices when you build your own 6-game plan. Plus, each Summer 6-pack comes with a complimentary large 2-topping pizza from Papa John's. Find out more at pirates.com/summer.
That's your best read tonight. Did you like it?
I'm gonna like your extra innings read in a couple of innings.
I'm not gonna like it.
Why?
Extra innings?
You don't want extra innings?
No, I want us to win in the 9th.
Oh, I'll take extra innings. If you could sign up right now for extra innings and the Pirates win the ball game, would you sign up for it?
Yeah, if the Pirates win the ball game.
That's what we're talking
that's
about.
No guarantee. Why can't we win it in 9?
Because I want to hear you.
Why can't we win it right here?
I want to hear your read. Well, you can't win it right here. Would tie the game.
No, you can hit the ball over the fence and tie the game, and you're right. I forgot.
2-2.
Yeah, we gave up that run, didn't we? Forgot about the insurance run. It'd be the first home run of Tuesday.
Hey, a belated happy birthday wish to Bonnie Cash Dollar. It was her birthday yesterday. Two and 1.
Think she gets money for her birthday?
Very funny. Look at that. John Wehner filling in for Steve Blass, still on assignment in Germany. He's returning, I think, tonight. He might be home by now watching. The Rock filling in for Mr. Blass. 3-1. Francisco Cervelli on deck. Three and two. Just 5 hits for the Pirates tonight. 3 of them by Neil Walker.
You know, I'm trying.
Francisco Cervelli has one, and Jordy Mercer has one.
Have we even hit some deep balls tonight? You know, thinking about the home run?
I don't think so. I don't think anything that was hit
Very
deep.
Quiet with the bats, except for Walker. I'm trying to think. I don't really remember the Brewers hitting anything very deep at all either.
And ball popped up. Shallow right. And the Pirates are retired in the 8th inning. Ninth inning. You got to give these guys some credit, guys and gals, for staying fired up. And the Parrot. A long night. Still finding ways to have some fun.
Yeah, definitely enjoying it. That's for sure. We need 3 in the 9th. Scahill needs to go unscathed.
Gerardo Parra 2 for 3. One of the really big hits of the night was his double to right field. After Ramos Ramirez had led off the 5th inning with a base hit, his double moved Ramirez to 3rd, and Gene Segura then brought home the first run of the ball game. Uh-oh. I don't think he's going to give that up. And Scahill takes care of Parra. So Scahill has come in, faced 2 batters, and struck both out.
Nice. Doing a good job trying to give us a chance in that 9th inning. We'll chase upstairs.
Gene Segura 0 for 3. 10-game hitting streak on the line. And wants the ball. Tries to anyway. Veteran Francisco Rodriguez getting ready to try and earn another save. Craig Counsell's club that has lost 12 of its last 17. And the worst record in baseball coming in. Bucks got help from the Rockies. They pounded the Cardinals 11-3. But down 2-0 here in the ninth. To the shortstop, Mercer. 2 away. Three faced, 3 retired for Rob Scahill. There's Hector Gomez. Yes, he went, says the home plate umpire. Gomez hitting .219 in 41 games. The rookie who came on to play third base in the bottom of the 8th. Oh, 0-2.
Yeah, Scahill. I don't think he's thrown the ball in the strike zone in like about the last 10 pitches he's thrown. And he's mowing them down.
Boy, he sure is. How about Rob Scahill?
He didn't throw a pitch in the strike zone maybe that inning. Maybe he won the whole inning.
4 batters faced, 3 strikeouts. Last shot for the Bucks. Need at least 2. Top of the 9th inning, the Pirates trailing the Brewers 2-0. And the Pirates continue this series against the Brewers Tuesday night. Our coverage starts at 6:30 with Pirates pregame, presented by WB Mason on Root Sports.
I really hope we do go into extra innings here, Greg. I want a chance to match that.
Oh, now you do hope we'll have extra innings. Change your tune a little bit.
I want a chance to match that.
Well, you have to do it against Francisco Rodriguez. He is coming on to try and earn the save. Would be his 11th in 11 attempts, and his first attempt this season against the Pirates. The Pirates have won 5 of the 6 meetings against the Brewers. The one win for Milwaukee was a 6-0 shutout back in the first road trip of the year. Francisco Cervelli takes strike 1. On base all 3 times. A couple of walks, and sandwiched in between was a single to center field. Checks. No swing.
No swing. No intent.
One and 2. Even Mickey says it's late.
Doggone, doggone. How's that Mickey Mouse song go with the dog?
I don't think I know that one.
It's hot dog, hot diggity dog. You don't listen to that?
I don't know. Do you still listen to it, you said?
I listened to it this morning.
Oh.
Jake was over. It's a favorite of his.
Apparently yours, too.
Yeah.
And he strikes out Cervelli. 1 out in the bottom of the 9th.
And everything before that kind of moving the other direction. That one reversed itself, came down and in. Cervelli swinging over the top of it because of that. Kind of like some of those early season starts for AJ, where just couldn't get him any runs. He'd go like tonight, go deep in the ball game, give up 1 run, and couldn't get anything for it.
The Pirates had chances. 0 for 9 with men in scoring position. 9 men left on base. That after they were retired in order in the first 2 innings. Almost knocked over Gomez, but he stays with it. High throw, and the play made by Lynn. 2 outs.
The ball was hit hard. You know, that wet grass up was going to skip a little bit. Oh, how about that? Knocked him back a step.
Now it's Sean Rodriguez pinch hitting for Scahill. Tied for 9th all time in saves, Francisco Rodriguez. 33-year-old Venezuelan. Re-signed with the Brewers as a free agent last year. Back with them again this season. He spent parts of the 2011-2012 seasons with the Brewers. One ball, 2 strikes on Sean Rodriguez. Ryan Braun had the RBI that gave them some insurance in the 8th inning. Gene Segura's ground out in the 5th inning gave the Brewers the only run to this point that they have needed. A lot of effort from Francisco Rodriguez as he delivers each pitch. You can hear him grunt. And that'll do it. The Bucks are shut out by the Milwaukee Brewers. Final score of 2-0. Ryan Braun again, that RBI, the only one they truly needed, as Jimmy Nelson, Jonathan Broxton, Jeremy Jeffers, and Francisco Rodriguez shut out the Buccos tonight.
That's definitely a game. It didn't seem like the Pirates just didn't have that clutch, those clutch hits that happened so many times on the road trip. Just couldn't find that tonight. But there's another game later on today. We have a chance to win that one.
For more, let's go out to Rob and Teak.
Greg and Bob, thanks. We'll be back with Greg and Bob in a little bit. Dan Potash will be getting post-game reaction following this game, this long, twice-delayed game. Unfortunately for the Pirates, I mean, you don't mind sitting through a game like this, Teak. If you win in the other end, I guess this just comes to the territory, though. These games happen. The Pirates lose. First game back home. They still have many more here coming up against last-place teams.
And, this offense has been doing so well recently, and tonight was just a night where they just couldn't get anything on the board, and that makes for a long evening, and unfortunately, much like the beginning of the season, wasted a great performance by A.J. Burnett.
Yeah, a stretch of 10 straight games coming up against last-place opponents, and A.J. Burnett gave the Pirates every chance to win this game. He was our T-Mobile game changer, and his 6-game winning streak comes to an end, but it wasn't because he didn't pitch well enough to win.
Oh, absolutely not. He did everything he needed to do out there, kept the Brewers in check. Just the one run, but like I said, he couldn't get any offensive support from his mates, and unfortunately, AJ will take a loss in this one, despite the fact that he has pitched so well.
So after an excellent 7-3 road trip, the Pirates come home, lose the first game of this homestand, 2-0 to the Milwaukee Brewers. Coming up next on Pirates Postgame, presented by the Allegheny Health Network, we'll have complete highlights of this game. Postgame reaction, our Ask Teak segment. Teak will give you plenty of analysis, highlights from around Major League Baseball, and much, much more. All that and more coming up next on Pirates Postgame, presented by the Allegheny Health Network.